Okay, welcome to Monday, BOCC.
Okay, we're ready. Kathy Funk Baxter, Finance Director. Today we are doing the BMR for elections. And so they have two funds that they oversee. And the first one is 51001, which is says election reserve. This is where the operating expenses are contained. They have budgeted for goods and services, $454,500. That would be billings for different special districts, junior districts, elections, cities, etc. But right now they brought in 151, and they actually will be doing the billings, so the revenue will be recorded as an accrual, and so they're expecting approximately $577,000. So they will be actually over budget once those have been posted. And they had a small intergovernmental for $6,500. I think that's a grant. Yeah.
Do those billings, Carolyn, are they sufficient? Do they cover the costs of you doing your work?
Yeah, so the way that elections works is we capture the entire year, which is why these go out late, because we capture the entire payroll in 13th month. So we have to wait until after that processes, capture all of our expenses, and then we allocate between two costs: election costs, all jurisdictions that participate in election, and then maintenance costs. So, and the county participates in elections and also has the bulk of maintenance costs, so the county does share a portion in the maintenance.
So the billings are actually related to the incurred expenses.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right.
And you'll see the other financing sources was budget 450. That's the portion that we budgeted that would represent the general fund billings. And so that entry was done after this was produced. So that was $427,500. So pretty much right below budget. Okay, next page. Okay, on the expenses, they have personnel budgeted at $548,000. Actuals through this December 10th was $461,000. So we still have a few more payrolls to post to be for the full year. On supplies, budgeted $113,000. The actuals were $194,614, but part of that number has to do with the reversal from the beginning of the year for, I believe, for SPEDAs. So I don't anticipate that they'll be over budget on this line. Services is budgeted at 552,000. They've expended 306,000 so far. Printing and binding services are currently under budget. I believe that's why that line is under budget. That's your subscription, those subscriptions that they reclassify
Leases.
So it's an accounting entry. And that's why you're seeing negatives in the debt service and the transfers. So,
It's only used for accountants.
yeah,
And SAO. It really,
yeah,
Just-
month 13.
yep, more rules they can throw at us so that they can keep themselves job happy.
And so they have 5 positions and they're currently have 0 vacancies.
I'll make one point on my temp services line from last year to this year and my personnel services. So kind of what you're not seeing by not having the budget detail up there is that we gained a position in elections in October of 2024 after being half-staffed for a very long time. During that short staffing period, we have mandatory staffing requirements. You can never leave one person alone with ballots. So we relied heavily on those temporary staffing agencies on our temp services line. So the difference, while my direct labor this year line went up, last year's temp services line rolled in at $182,163. Compared to this year, now that we're staffed with full-time staffing, it was down to 26,000. So direct labor increased, but what you're not seeing really is the temp services decreased, moved.
Okay, that's all I have on that one. The next one, kind of the same story. This is where they bill for maintenance related to elections. And so they have budgeted for goods and services, $87,750. But so far, those bills haven't gone out. And so they're estimating that they're approximately going to bill $175,000 for maintenance portion.
So actually, this is a capital reserve, so it receives 15% of all charges that go out. So 15% of the 175 and 15%, well, the total,
Right.
752,000. So it's a restricted fund. As you know, elections needs to be prepared to pivot all the time. And the law has provided us a way to create a rainy day account if we need to buy new software at any time. So that's what that is.
Yep. And so, like she said, they have reserves built up for that reason.
And typically I would say in the past, we would rely on a tabulation system for no longer than 10 years. And we all know, think about buying like a laptop. You wouldn't keep the same laptop for 10 years because technology is completely outdated in 10 years. But it actually has been 10 years for elections since our last conversion. So that's why you're kind of seeing a larger balance there. I would assume that in the next few years, we're probably going to see some significant changes as legislation continues to change.
And that's probably all driven by Olympia, right?
It absolutely is. And I'm specifically talking about ranked choice voting. So big deal, and not any the tabulation vendor that we have right now is not capable. In fact, King County, their charter council voted it in, and for the vendor to add it, it cost the county $1 million. So just giving you an idea of the price tag just to create the software capable of that process. And
do the county auditors have a say? Do you guys have input in that process?
You know, I would say in the past, we would have had a strong voice, but as we all know, what the Hill is like, there's really a majority voice that rolls forward with or without us. And we are there to educate regarding the implications, consequences, and potential areas of conflict. And we have been kind of screaming from the top of our lungs for several years saying, whoa, whoa, whoa. If you do this, first of all, give us the time to do it right, the money to implement it. Don't burden the counties with this, and enough time to educate the public, because I tell you what, those of you that have watched us processing ballots, you know that people are confused over vote for one. So you give them multiple choices and just wait and see what they do with their ballot returns. So it would take a considerable education campaign on our part to train voters. So no, I do not believe that we have those with the largest voice, the majority up there, will move forward their legislation regardless, as they have been for the past 6 or 7 years now.
Okay, on the next slide, as Carolyn said, this account basically doesn't have a lot of expenses. Supplies is budgeted 80,000, 72,000 so far has been posted. And they don't anticipate any other types of expenses this current year.
Yeah, this is a pretty boring account. It really
Yeah.
just replaces hardware. That 72,000, believe it or not, is just 2 scanners. Crazy. 72,000 for 2 scanners. Off my soapbox.
And that's it. That's all I have on those financials. Anything else for Carolyn?
Kathy, I got a question for you.
Okay.
Insurance costs, risk management, those costs that we've got no control over, but when they go into the budget, does each department get somehow allocated a percentage of that?
They do, yes.
Is
So-
it based on the risk?
Is it based on the risk per department, or is it number of employees, or?
It's based upon all of the risk management, where we pay the risk pool, which is the largest one. That gets allocated based upon total labor hours. And that's how it's done. The industrial accident account, which is your workers' comp account, gets allocated based upon a couple of factors: hours and risk category those employees are in. So for example, sheriff's office has one of the higher risk categories. So all of their labor hours are factored a little higher than, for example, elections office. But for regular risk management, it's just based upon labor hours. That's how we've allocated it for several years.
So the percentage of impact on somebody's budget for each department would be considerably different
Depending upon their number of employees.
depending on the risk category and, okay.
Yeah, that's how we do workers' comp. But in general, for risk management, we just do based upon number of labor hours.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
For a realistic example, this elections is an internal service fund. So we are billed for in that allocation. I have a roughly $1.2 million budget, roughly up and down each year. And I would say that our industrial accident is usually anywhere from 1,400 to 2,400. It's minimal.
Is that actual labor hours? Do we actually go back and say, okay, that includes overtime and everything, or is it just budgeted hours?
No, it's actual. So we do a look back. Okay,
Done with me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
okay. We're on the agenda for finance. And this is a financial overview for major revenues and expenses for the entire county. Okay, next. So here's a snapshot where we sit. Basically, all the numbers were pulled as of December 10th, but basically it's November through November. So general fund, year-to-date revenues, almost 55 million. Expenses, 58 million. And so we're currently sitting at a deficit for general fund of about $3.6 million. There's a couple of things to consider. Our landfill rent payment is not included in that revenue for fourth quarter. So that was about $1.8 million. But then on our general fund, the other major expenses as what, okay, let me back up. General fund is 54, almost 55 million. So we're still missing 3 months worth of sales tax because we're in arrears on sales tax postings. And we also are missing the fourth quarter landfill payment of about $1.8 million. So those are some of the significant revenues we still have to book and record. On the expenditure side, we still have at least 2 more payrolls to book. And those run about, for the general fund, they run a little over $1 million. So I don't think we're going to have a significant change from this surplus deficit number, even when you factor in all of that. So it may be a little bit better, but there's some transfers that have just are also just recently made, like for example, elections. I just did the transfer for that one after these numbers were pulled. So county road, year-to-date revenues are 22 million. Year-to-date expenses are 20 million. I'm sure I know that there's some billings and things like that that haven't been processed yet to relate to this year. So it's currently showing a surplus of 1.4 million. Solid waste, revenue, year-to-date revenues, 22.8 million. Year-to-date expenses, 28 million, showing a deficit of 5.6 million. But we also know that we had a little bit higher expenses this year to do a catch-up on those future obligations associated with retirement of landfills. So that was a little bit more than, it was 11.5 in total. Last year it was about 7.7. They also, as far as solid waste, I believe also still have some revenues to book for solid waste that are not finished booking for the whole year. So
yeah. You called it a catch-up this year. So
yeah.
Next year, is it going back to 7?
Oh, Sean was in here. Yeah, I think so. I think
Is it truly just a one-time, or have they increased what we need to do and that expense is higher, I guess is where I'm trying to figure.
I think it's going to be in the range of 8 million.
Okay. All right.
Is what I remember. Oh, yeah. Had a landfill. This year when we did the 11.5 million transfer, it was a little bit higher than last year. Last year was about 7.7. His question is, will it go back down? Was that just a one-time bump up?
Yeah, so the increase in the transfer was due to the cost of cell expansions. We had to do a little catch up for cell 10 when we got the engineer's estimate on that and our design parameters. Moving forward, I think they'll be less than that, but still elevated than the 7 in the past, just for the ongoing cost of what a new cell will be. And as well as the equipment and other things are all going up. You know, a compactor back in 2018 was 1.3 million and now they're $2 million. So everything's going up pretty quick.
So are you worried about this running at a deficit in the future, or
Well,
is
and,
it
you know,
going to get to a break even, or?
I think on there as well, some of the considerations is the accruals during the year. So right there, we have about $3.5 million of accruals that come in every year. We knew that we'd be running at a deficit this year based upon that transfer. Moving forward, we'll be more of a break even and trying to fund the general fund as much as possible.
Okay. So your expectation is we'll be more break even in the coming years. This was kind of an off year that we needed to do something special.
And in 24, we're also considering some of the gas energy projects, and we did hold back some expenditures in preparation of that we had that $6 million match that we ended up not moving forward on. So there are a few items in there.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, revenues at a glance. So this is a little deeper dive into the revenues, primarily on the general fund. But we're doing pretty well. Real and personal property tax, we're at 98% of budget. This is all through November. Sales tax, we're right at 76%, and I'll show you another slide in a minute, some good news on that. That's a little bit higher than, because we're still missing 3 months of revenue that will be posted as part of an accrual. So that one I'm pretty happy about right now. Timber and excise tax was up a little bit over what we budgeted. Looking at some of the intergovernmental funds, we are above what we budgeted. We're at 102%. Looking at goods and services, which is primarily our jail booking fees, we are actually up based upon budget. We're at 106. And then our investment income, some of this, the rents, like I said, we're still missing some accruals and some postings. Rents, we were missing that fourth quarter landfill rent. And so it was booked the day after I posted this. So, and then jumping down to county road, we actually are looking really well on leasehold excise tax, well above budget. Personal property, we're at 98%, just like the general fund's property tax. Timber, we're up compared to budget, 122%, so that's all looking really good. And then solid waste, we're at 81% of budget on the revenues, but of course, as Sean said, we have some accruals to book for the final year-end billings. And motor vehicle fuel tax roads, it is a little bit down from budget, but there's some accruals. I think we're still missing a few of those revenues coming in. Did they mess up their systems still?
No, they're on track. They got that finally corrected. I did want to give a little bit more clarification on the solid waste. So we do see $22.5 million there. October payments were just due December 15th. So we do have all of November, December to collect, as well as the accruals that we'll do into February. So I anticipate, based on the next 2 months, we'll see $6 to $7 million additional dollars on that. Just wanted to give a little more clarity on there for the boards, be a little more comfortable.
Okay, next slide.
Hang on, just a sec on
revenues.
The stuff that they've taken out of with the buffers and whatnot out of timber production. Will you see that? Will that mainly show up in the excise tax? If harvests go down, is that where we see that, or is there another way it comes in also?
Yeah.
Probably predominantly through the excise tax.
Yeah, I'm not real sure. And I'm not showing the excise tax on general fund. That's why I'm.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking at this timber excise tax. We have it
on roads.
Yeah, we have it in roads, and we have it up on top too.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, roads has their portion of timber excise tax, and general fund has a completely separate one.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if they take some of that timber out of harvest and they don't harvest as much, are these the categories of I'm going to see it, or is there
Yeah.
a sales tax, or is there a property tax, or is there other
Well,
things
these are the categories you're going to see that
you
in.
would see it out of?
Yeah.
Okay.
And just for a little more clarification on that, the treasurer gets a lump sum of those dollars and splits it up based upon the levies of the areas. So as our levies go up and down, that would also affect the split of that timber tax through ourselves, the special districts, school districts, things of that nature.
Okay.
That's okay. That's okay. That's okay.
Thanks.
All right, expenses. So again, these are through November. It's not a final year. And so on the general fund, of course, our largest expense is personnel. And so we're currently sitting at about 78% of budget. We still have a few more payrolls to complete the year. I do anticipate, you look at last year, we were at 88%. I anticipate that we probably will be somewhere in that range, think about 90% of budget. So, or a little higher because we haven't had as many vacancies as we did last year. Supplies are below budget. They're sitting at 56%. Services sitting at 85%. That's primarily because most of those services for internal services are hitting that line and they've already been booked for the year, for the full year. So I don't see anything unusual. My debt service number, the booking for that was done after these numbers were pulled. So it was done in December. So that's the debt service on the landfill. Transfers, most of my transfers are in, a few still needing to be made. So it's sitting at 60%. So overall in the general fund, our expenses are below what we have budgeted. So a positive note there. On county road, the expenses are significantly under what we budgeted. But I think last week when we talked about roads, we explained that there's several major projects that are going to be pushed from this year to next year. So we had budgeted for them in capital, and we'll be seeing those come through later. And then on solid waste, the budget is 33 million. We're sitting at 28 million. Again, a few more payrolls, and I'm not sure as far as services or supplies, but we're looking pretty well. It's 86% as of November of the budget.
Kathy, for the services, we know at the beginning of the year what we're going to bill each department, correct?
Yes.
Why is that number not closer to 100% if we already know what the number is?
Well,
But why is our actual so much less than what our budget is?
Well, services, it includes other things other than just the internal billings.
Okay,
So
that's why.
yeah,
okay.
so it might be software subscriptions, or it might be things like that, or professional services. For example, in this building, we pay our and also the sheriff's office, we pay those bills for the security, and they're usually a little bit behind. In this beginning of December, they don't usually have the bills ready for November. So we're about 2 months behind on bills like that. So it's things like that that impact that line.
Okay.
So anyway, that's all on that sheet. This next one, I'm sorry, I tried to get it to be a little bit bigger. It's tiny. But this is our general property taxes, and this was pulled as of the 17th. But you can see that we're going to end the year close to 300,000 of property tax for the year 2025 still to be collected. That's pretty typical. You can see last year we started the year for 2024 at a little over 300,000. and we're down now to 132,000. So some of those just take a little longer to collect. We also have that large item in 2021 sitting as a supplement. That's that item related to that high value property, and they had to defer it. It will be recognized. We received it, but it will be recognized in January towards 2026 billings. So anyway, we're sitting pretty consistent with what we've seen in the past for our property tax collections. And this is not for like I said, it's not the full year yet. So next, sales tax. So I have some good news here. On sales tax, you can see we've had some months that are higher than prior year. We've had some months that were lower than prior year. But when you look at it says August, I'm sorry, it's through September. We actually are above last year's collections at this point in time. We're at 8.7. Last year was 8.5. We are 76% of our budget, and the target would be 75%. So we're a little bit above our target as of right now without those 3 months of collections. So hopefully we'll have some stability in our collections, and actually probably may exceed our budget, but only minimally. It's pretty close to flat.
Here's an oddball question for you. They instituted sales tax on some services, right? And I don't know when that takes effect, maybe next year. Whenever that takes effect, we'll have a bigger expense because some of the services we offer, however they defined it, will now be subject to sales tax.
Right.
That will go up to Olympia. Will we see this number grow coming back?
Yes. Yes.
Only Olympia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some of those went into effect October. Mm-hmm. And then there was also this condition about if you already had a contract in place, you got to delay the implementation of the sales tax. And I think one of the recordings said till April of next year. So sales tax on security services is a big thing. And then sales tax on IT.
So I don't know what it'll amount to, but it's an oddball thing. It's like we're funding our own increase, or you can look at it, we're getting some of our expense back, I guess.
Yeah.
Only Olympia could dream this stuff up.
Yeah, but so far these numbers don't represent any of those
Right.
increases yet.
Right.
Kathy, on the previous page, if you could go back one.
Okay.
Where it talks about the three on the right, the supplemental, what is being supplemented and what is it being supplemented by?
Well, when you see negative, it's probably, I believe, what they're showing there is where they maybe have some appeals and then they have to adjust a property tax. For example, you have some senior exemptions that come in. And so that's what you typically see in the year-to-date supplements is adjustments of tax bills. Or if they appealed, things like that, and they got their tax bill reduced on the appeal. But when you see it higher, that's that 388,000, that's the one where we're holding that until we can book it in January.
Okay.
Related to a previous settlement.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
On that slide, go back to it. Why is the beginning year balance in 2025 so much greater than the previous years?
Because we're in 2025, so this represents all of the billings, the levies that were approved to be billed. So you start the year off with that 20 million. And then you start collecting it in your receipts during the year.
Okay, so why wasn't that a big number in 2024?
Well, it was, but 2024's year, we've collected the majority of those taxes, and so you carry forward what you still have to collect. It's
Probably an easier way to look at it. That's
Yeah.
what's still owed for those years.
Right.
right. When we started this year, we still had a little over 300,000 owed
Yeah.
for 2024.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
It did start out at 20-something million in January of 24. So as you can see, I mean, the ending balance, we have a little over, I'm going to say 500 something thousand dollars of tax bills, excluding that one-time supplemental that's posted there for 2021. And we traditionally collect on a yearly basis about 98%, close to 98, 99% of our tax bills for that year.
Mhm.
Okay, recording fees. So recording fee transactions, the number of transactions for the year have exceeded prior years, and we only have one more month to report. So that's a really good positive thing. The next slide shows the actual dollars on recording fees. And so we are sitting at 2.9 million, whereas the last 2 years it's been at 2.5. So we're well above our recording fee revenues for the last 2 years. And we still have 1 month to go. And I don't know what happened in October, but it was a really good month. September and October.
Yeah. Well, hopefully as mortgage rates continue heading down a little bit, that even gets stronger.
Yep. So that's all I have to report on the overall financials for the county.
Okay.
Okay.
I see you first on the list for
I
agenda.
think I'm first on the list. So that relates to the budget for tomorrow.
Oh, the public workshop,
The public workshop.
hearing at
Mhm.
9:30. Okay.
Yep. I don't think I have anything else on the agenda other than that.
And on that public hearing, items 8 through 13 are all the same. There's really,
They're all the things that roll into the budget.
but there's
So,
been no change to them since the last
yeah,
time.
the fees that y'all
Yeah.
workshop, no. The construction 5-year capital construction is one of those. It's not changed. We're dissolving one fund. Yeah, so.
And I think I asked you this before, but I don't remember. Did you want to take these individually?
Yes,
How
because
did you want to handle them?
I need to take them individually
You need
because
to
each
take them
one,
individually?
yeah, each one has a resolution. And so
Okay.
that's why I'm recommending each one we take individually.
Okay.
And then the final one will be the resolution for the 26-27 budget.
Okay.
And that's all I have.
All right. I see Brad's on, Sheriff.
Yep.
We got the Humane Society contract.
Yes. Good morning, Commissioners. And I know I've sent you some information over the last several months, and I included some statistics on Friday. I don't know if you've had a chance to review those, but the agreement that we have for the board meeting tomorrow is a 2-month extension of the current contract. It's $9,250 a month. And we're working with Longview and the other cities, except Kalama, on a successor agreement. And everything's not in place quite yet, so we're just want to extend a couple months while we work out the details of that. And with the, I guess, the caution that once we reach a successor agreement, if we do, that the Humane Society wants to go retro back to January 1 with whatever the increase is. But this just would maintain status quo until February 28th or until a new agreement's reached. I guess just as additional, I know I've been like trying to keep you in the loop, but hopefully shortly after the first of the year, we can maybe set a workshop and discuss the proposal as it now stands with the cities and the Humane Society of Southwest Washington.
Sheriff, those numbers that she gave you, are those pretty much in line with what you were thinking the numbers were going to be when we were looking at taking that program over ourselves?
Well, no, I was a little bit surprised. The big part of it was when we were just doing it ourselves, we dealt mainly with dogs. They have a kind of an open door policy. And as you note down there, the large number of the animals were cats and kittens. Trying to look here, see what the number was. It was pretty incredible. I think about close to 650 of the animals out of the 945 they brought in were actually cats. So they're dealing with 458 kittens, and the vast majority of those are just citizens bringing those in through their front door and accepting them. So that's part of the contract that we're paying for, is not only just our animal control, the part they do, but the other parts, the public bringing in animals as well. So yeah, kind of broke that down, and that was kind of eye-opening for me. The overall number, and just the fact that many cats out there are being abandoned or don't have homes.
When I was touring it, the animal control officer, she came in, it wasn't for the county, I think it's for one of the cities, brought in a chicken. I went, "You okay? Just kick it off the side of the road."
Yeah,
I guess
we
what
have
I'm
a few
saying,
of
I don't want
those.
to be charged for a chicken.
Well, we've got a few goats.
Yeah.
Few goats and a potbelly pig here a couple of weeks ago. Our animal control brought in, so.
So we're just looking at we're extending the current contract till we can finish up the new one.
Correct.
And the new one, I think they're looking at, they want to do a 3-year deal, right?
Yes, with
Okay.
substantial increases.
Yeah. Okay.
And are the cities on board with those new numbers, Sheriff?
As far as I know, like I said, Kalama's backed out, but the other cities, as far as I know, they're on board with that. And it's kind of a collective agreement. The numbers are all built on the county and the 4 cities all signing off on that and moving forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank
thanks.
you, Brad. Oh, yeah.
Good luck.
HHS. I was afraid you might hit me the other night. I said, "Look at her, I swear her in and look at the meeting she gets. She's probably going to kill me."
It wasn't your fault. Good morning, Gina James, Health and Human Services. We have just one item on the agenda tomorrow. This is a contract amendment with Lower Columbia School Gardens. If you recall, we currently have a contract with them. It was a 1-year contract for $150,000. They had inquired about opportunity for an additional year of funding with us. What we've suggested is adding half of the amount, so $75,000, and setting the expiration at June 30th of 2026. It aligns with our FPHS funding, which is what we're using for this contract. And we're not sure what that funding will look like moving forward. And so this is what we've suggested at this point. We have talked to them about the funding and that we're not sure what it looks like moving forward, and there may not be opportunity past June 30th for continued funding. So we have had that conversation with them.
Okay.
And where does it, FP what?
Foundational Public Health Services funding is from the state.
I'm still getting used to all these acronyms.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
There's a lot.
So we've done this with a couple other contracts. We're just trying to align with the state.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, we are. We are, and not knowing what it will look like. We won't know until after, with this particular funding, we won't know till after the legislative session if we'll see additional reductions to that or not. So.
Right. Okay.
And Ian was well aware that the funding may stop from us if that drops.
Yes, well, I'll have an additional conversation, but that was what we had talked about. Okay, any questions?
I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Public Works.
Good morning, Susan Eugenius, County Engineer. We have 2 items on the agenda besides the capital programs as part of the budget process. We have one on the consent agenda, which is supplement number 5 to the local agency consultant agreement with Foundation Engineering. This is just a date extension. They are our geotechnical engineer of record on 2 of the projects for construction this year. So we wanted to extend their contract to, in order to be able to use them during the construction process for reviews. We still have adequate money in the budget. We just want to make sure we can ask them questions if needed during construction. So that is item number 1. Item number 2 is a new personal services agreement with Energy Nearing Solutions to provide landfill gas services for headquarters in Tenant Way until December 31st, 2028. So it's a 3-year contract for an amount of $450,000. We went out for a new RFP as we had reached the end of our duration. These were the successful proposals. This service is for gas monitoring. So they do gas sampling on site, do all the reporting that's required. They also help with the provide SCADA support. So the data reporting from these gas wells and any changes that we need to make to our flare operation. So the 450 is reflects the number of what we've spent over the past 3 years to continue it 3 years into the future.
Do we anticipate any of our costs going down since we're going to start putting in those vertical wells with regards to this kind of stuff?
For the physical monitoring, probably not costs going down because they're still going to have to do the same amount of work. Just less likely to have any violations, and our gas, what we collect will be better quality for the potential of energy projects. And that might be when we see the change, when we get some of those energy projects up and running.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Susan. Kathy, this might be maybe you can help me with this because WSU isn't in here. I know, Jennifer, we got an interlocal agreement. And I know we provide some funds for WSU. This would run through the end of next year for 55,000. That sounds similar to what we did last year for them? WSU pays the bulk, but I know we provide a little bit.
Yeah, they're part of the general fund, and so they do have an account where we pay out.
Does this sound?
That sounds low, 55,000.
Well, it could be because I know they've restructured over there a little bit.
Okay, So I'll look to
Could you
make sure.
just maybe double check so I don't, this isn't wildly different than what we've
Yeah.
done
No, it-
before?
It seems lower, so, but 55,000,
Yeah,
I'll double check and let the board know.
okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Jennifer's the one that inputs that, gives us that number though, right?
Yes.
Yeah. She did make some changes.
Yeah. Well, I know that whole agreement with WSU and them has kind of changed a little bit, and Gary's retired, so I don't know if some of that kicks in to that.
Yeah, I think so. So I'll double check.
Okay, thank you. Tracy, I know we have a work session tomorrow. Was that what you're? You got something different? Okay, perfect. Just didn't want to leave you out. Okay, I don't see any other agenda items, so we're expecting Jessica. Huh? Okay, because while you go find Jessica, okay. Risk pool while we track her down. Sound like you had an update?
So requested, Shelley Pierce, risk manager, requested a workshop to review the insurance policies with the risk pool.
Okay. So you're going to request?
Requesting like 10, 15 minutes. Yeah, it was just a workshop.
That you wanted to do right now?
Yeah. Kelly put it on the schedule.
We don't have Commissioner Farrell, but yeah,
Okay.
okay. Is it something she has a slideshow for?
No, there's no slides.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're just going to tell us.
Right here or back there. Okay. Sorry. So, okay. So there were some changes with the risk pool in regards to a recent memorandum that came out in regards to liability coverage. However, it doesn't change our original interlocal agreement with the risk pool that was signed many moons ago. So the memorandum changes were voted on by the board, and those change of terms and coverage was a majority vote. So it doesn't change the interlocal agreement in regards to the risk pool original agreement. I know there's been some discussion about the risk pool and the increases in the premiums. And so invoices are due in January 31st. And so we'll be billing all departments accordingly. But it just doesn't allow us to exit any type of agreement because of the original interlocal agreement. So I did check with Doug, obviously legal counsel, to review that. And then we've put forth a letter to submit to the risk pool that will be dated December 30th for a departure.
So I asked about this, Mr. Chair, because
Yeah.
when I read the memorandum, we went from, on our SAM cases, we went from claims-based
Correct, claims-based.
to, it says it in there,
To claims made.
claims made.
Gotcha.
And so that's a material difference in our contract. And that change right there will make it to where if we ever want to leave the risk pool, we're gonna have to buy a tail to cover us for the amount of time that we don't have that. And with all of the other material changes that were made to our contract, which have we received anything to sign yet? Final numbers from them?
Yes,
We
we
did get it.
received the invoices on, I want to say November 25th, right?
Was it when we had that call?
Yeah,
Okay,
it was the morning we had that call.
okay. My question to them was, how are we supposed to approve a budget when we don't even know what the numbers are gonna be and
Right.
what's going on? And so we got the upper end of the increase. I believe it was 43%.
43%.
Was what we got. And we're already told we're gonna get it again next year. And so I wanted Doug to look that over because I wanted to question, how is it that we just have to accept the terms to this and we don't have any
Yeah.
say in it?
Yeah.
And so apparently his response is, we don't have any say in it.
Correct. We still have to give the 1-year notice to exit the risk pool. So we have to give notice no later than December 30th. So notice of withdrawal from the risk pool.
And we have 6 months to.
And then we have 6 months to review any broker bids or proposals. We have 6 months to then say, risk pool, we are not exiting the risk pool. But it does give us a 6-month window. But if we don't give notice by the end of December, then we're tied to the risk pool for an additional year. So this,
I read that interlocal and I can't speak to what was going on back when they did that, but I can tell you it'd be a document I'd never put a signature on. It was horrid. So what I'm hearing, because of this one change, now if we do move in 27, we'll have to have a tail to cover that because they've changed the way they've
Correct. And
done
it's not
this.
cheap.
That just disgusts me.
yeah. So requesting to have the letter signed for us to withdraw. And we've dated it for December 30th, 2025, and that way it will go out electronically.
Yeah.
So that's what we'll be requesting.
What's the amount of the increase that we're gonna have to pay this 800?
It was 860 something thousand. I presented last Monday, but I think it was like 865, almost $1 million.
Per year.
And that's just for 2026. So in 2027, you're going to see another probably
Increase on top of
45%
that.
increase on top.
3% increase on top of what the one increase. So it will be close to $1 million if we stick around.
Yeah, over $1 million.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's very frustrating is that we just have to take that.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because of that original interlocal agreement that was signed in 1989, I believe.
Probably on a golf course somewhere.
Yeah.
So it's not just the increase in premium though, it's the increase in
And
liability.
the changes in the, what the pool will actually cover.
Yeah.
I'm guessing the price went up and the coverage went down.
Yeah,
What happened.
Exactly.
exactly.
Okay.
So requesting a letter for us to withdraw.
I think we're all on board with that, right? Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Miss Jessica.
Good morning, Jessica Warren, Human Resources. I do have one request this morning from Building and Planning. They are requesting to fill an assistant/associate planner. The employee put in her resignation notice.
Wait, say that one more time. Somebody gave a resignation notice?
Yeah, so they're requesting to fill her position.
Oh,
It's an
okay.
assistant/associate planner.
I didn't catch that part.
Mhm.
Okay.
And then the only other item I had is an executive session for collective bargaining, but I have an outside attorney calling in at 11.
When I heard,
Oh, okay. For. Okay. Okay, so qualifications of a candidate applicant.
And how long?
10 minutes.
Minutes? And when's the attorney calling in?
He's calling in at 11.
So we're at 10 o'clock now?
Yeah.
Is that right? So, okay,
He's from an outside agency, so it,
okay. So we
I
can take
will
this,
with him.
this first one and then we'll figure out the other one.
Okay.
Okay? So go to qualifications of applicant, 10 minutes.
The board is extending the executive session for a period of 5 minutes until 10:17 a.m. The board is extending the executive session for a period of 5 minutes until 10:22 a.m.
Okay, back from executive session, no decisions made. We do have another executive session, but that won't be till 11, so we'll just recess till 11 o'clock. Okay, we're back from recess. Jessica, I know we have a collective bargaining executive session and time frame on that one,
Let's do 15 minutes.
15 minutes? Okay. Anything else you had before that? Nope, we're good, okay. So we'll go to executive session, collective bargaining. We're estimating 15 minutes.
The board is extending the executive session for a period of 10 minutes until 11:26 a.m. The board is extending the executive session for a period of 5 minutes until 11:31 a.m. The board is extending the executive session for a period of 5 minutes until 11:37 a.m. The board is extending the executive session for a period of 5 minutes until 11:42 a.m. The board is extending the executive session for a period of 5 minutes until 11:47 a.m. The board is extending the executive session for a period of 10 minutes until 11:57 a.m.
Okay, back for executive session, no decision rendered. Jessica?
Jessica Warren, Human Resources again. I would like to request another executive session for qualifications of an applicant. 5 minutes? 10
Okay.
minutes?
The board is extending the executive session an additional 5 minutes until 12:11.
Okay, back from executive session, no decisions rendered. I don't think we have anything else. No, we're all good. Okay, we will adjourn.